If it was at a simple workplace, we would say without supervision. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Mafumo. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another round of applause for the presentation by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Mafumo. We thank you very much for that expose that encapsulated the whole discussion of a heritage-based education 5.0 and the emphasis in the country right now in terms of transforming our higher education system, in terms of transforming even our polytechnic and teacher education in the country, so that it then serves the needs of the country in terms of our vision at a much, much more superior level, so that Zimbabwe becomes an upper middle income economy by the year 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go on to our program. You're not going to make presentations, but I've got questions for you. I think which will make it much, much easier, and also in terms of our time. As I introduced them initially, our visitors are from the sub-region, from Luanda, from Tanzania, from Malawi, and we even have our young lady who really is going into areas that some of us did not even think of going in those areas intellectually and professionally when we were at that age. Professor Mafumo, you just made a presentation. I want to bring you back just for a few minutes, just very few minutes, so that you clearly articulate what has been the major challenge that has stalled the development of innovation hubs in our universities that produce innovative goods and services that are intended to improve the lives of our people. So I just wanted to just unpack this whole area of the innovation hub and the centrality of the innovation hub in terms of the transformation of higher education in this country, and more specifically, its transformation of the curriculum in our institutions of higher learning, so that we produce graduates that when they leave the institution, they won't be like me when I started to work to apply for a job, but for them to create the kind of jobs that we are all talking about, that will catapult this country into an upper middle income economy within a very short space of time. Just 5 to 10 minutes, Vice Chancellor. Thank you. There's a mic next to you. You want to prefer this
one? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will save your time. I already consumed to be part of your time. But I will just answer it probably indirectly. I would say a university is a place of thought. That's what universities should do. And I can admire and cherish the silence in the room, synonymous with a place of thought. Where, through that gadget, it's not the only gadget, innovation is creativity that makes economic sense. That's a simple definition I can give. If there is no economic value, it's simply creativity. Once you begin to attach, so there is no limit for innovation. That's the good part of innovation. It's not discipline specific. Anyone can innovate. So at the University of Zimbabwe, we said the villagers can innovate and we invite them to the innovation hub. The industrialist can innovate, we can invite them. The entrepreneur can innovate, we can invite them to the university. There's no monopoly in innovation. So the establishment of an innovation hub at the university, which is the rightful place as a place of thought, allows the diversity of our people to come in an environment where they innovate. They create solutions to problems. Some problems can be considered big or small, but a problem is a problem. So, just answering your question, we see a continuum of, we stimulate the thinking, we move to the innovation hub, people begin to create real solutions to real problems, and those can be taken to scale. Maybe we replicate through commercialization or industrialization, as we call it. But more importantly, we are able to link or connect with people who need the service, who need the goods. They can relate to what's coming from the innovation hub. The industrial park then should work as an area where we are able to demonstrate that our innovations work. And we would want common people, if we can use that term, which is an entrepreneur, a business person, to be able to say, had it not been of the University Innovation Hub, my business would not have grown. That gives a change of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mafumo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that studied in this institution, I urge you to take a stroll sometime today or even much, much later to see that the appellation we call the University of Zimbabwe has completely changed. I didn't study in this institution, but I was Dean of the Faculty of Education and the Pro-Vice Chancellor. One day I walked into the Faculty of Education and I saw what the students were doing. And I was shocked because when I was Dean, we never thought that students could actually do so. So the import of what Professor Mafumo has just articulated a few seconds ago is that the role of the university has now changed. Yes, students go to the library, they read. Students go to lectures, they listen to the lecturers teach. But the university is now a place where students are being prepared to go out into the world, not the world of work, but into the world out there and actually create employment and create wealth for this nation and for themselves. So the university, this particular institution, has completely changed because of the role of the innovation hubs, where students go to their textbooks in the library, but move on to the innovation hub to put into practice and to do more research and more work in terms of what needs to be produced so that it can then be scaled outside the university. So the university has completely changed. Thank you very much, Professor Mafumo. I'll go to Professor Alois Mvuma. Most of our universities in the SADC region were established in the 1950s, this particular one probably 1957. So it's about 65, 70 years ago. The question is, what has been the main challenge or challenges in building the innovative, and one may even add, the innovative and transformative African university with a focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that is essential for the industrialization and development of our countries? So the question is, have we now succeeded in transforming the African university, and in particular in transforming the SADC university so that it is no longer trying to replicate or to be a carbon copy of the university in the industrialized West? That's the question. Thank you. It's probably better you can stand right here. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for that tough question that requires really a long discussion. I would like to appreciate for inviting me here this morning. I'm from Tanzania, as I was introduced, and I'm a vice chancellor of a university that is also a science or technology university. So Professor Mafumo, has done a masterful job actually to introduce the issue of transformation of our higher learning institutions so as to become more vibrant institutions where research outputs and innovation outputs are really making a difference in economic as well as social development of SADC regions. So my take this question is like, since 1950s, as we said, when most of the universities in SADC region were established, a lot has been done really. I cannot say we have been just sitting back and relax. A lot has been done to transform these institutions so as to go with the needs of our state, of our member states. And of course, there are notable achievements that we can celebrate. However, I can say with confidence that there are still gaps, especially when it comes to research outputs, as well as innovation solutions. And if you compare SADC region with other global picture, the gap is quite significant. So the point is, despite the effort that we've been doing over the past few years or past number of years, they still need to make more transformation so as to meet our expectations as universities. So my opinion is that we have to really accelerate what we've been doing as far as transformation is concerned, and that acceleration calls for addressing 4 main issues. To me, this I would say, unless we address them properly, we cannot really move further in realizing the objectives of being established as universities. As one person said, I don't know exactly where I got that quotation. Somebody said, a university without research is a glorified high school. It's kind of funny, but I think that's true. Universities are meant to be places where we find solutions through research and innovation. Now, unless we really come up with really 4 issues that we have to address, we'll still be, I would say, exalted high school. So one of such issues is curriculum and pedagogy. Curriculum and pedagogy, as Professor has just said, Vice Chancellor of Zimbabwe University, there are issues surrounding pedagogy and curriculum, but also infrastructure and resources, collaboration and the partnerships, that's also the key. And the last and very important issue also is policy and the governance. Now, all these 4 issues really cannot be addressed by education institutions alone. There has to be collaboration. There has to be an agreed upon kind of collective effort from policymakers, educational leaders, we were the ones here, industry partners. It is extremely important. Industry partners, as well as researchers, so as at the end of the day to drive this transformation and ensure that we have a prosperous future for the SADC region. Now, I don't have time to go through all 4 in detail, but the first one that I would like to really to emphasize is on the partnership between industry and academic institutions or education institutions. My dear colleagues who are here this morning, we cannot really transform our institutions to become research and innovation-oriented institutions unless we establish very strong collaboration with communities, industries, and the regional and the global institutions so as to have effective transformation to foster research and innovation. Now, how can it be done? The first thing that we should do really is to ensure that at the university level, in the educational, should I say, organizational structures, there has to be a directorate or a unit primarily dedicated to establishing collaborations and linkages with industry and with other collaborative partners. So I've come to realize that some of the universities do these collaboration issues in ad hoc fashion. That won't work. There has to be a deliberate move in the structure of the universities to have a dedicated, should I say, directorate really, that reports maybe to the Vice Chancellor, that looks on issues of collaboration on day-to-day basis. Now, the good thing is, if we have a strong partnership with industry, a lot of things will happen. One, even the issue of developing curriculum, even the issue of designing curriculum will always bring on board issues that are at the industrial level. So our curriculum will become more relevant, will become more up-to-date, and will answer issues that are of importance to the industry. But also, if we have a strong collaboration with industry, even the issues of innovation, I've come to realize that most of universities, they start innovations very well, but they get stuck at the level of prototypes. How do you move from a prototype to a commercial product? A university, in most cases, cannot do it alone. There has to be a strong collaboration with the industry that will come in and look at the commercial, look at a prototype that have commercial potential and move a step further to put some money to transform them into real products that can go into the market. So my point is, strong collaboration with the industry has been one of the key problems in African universities, including Tanzania, that we really have to address as SADC region. But how can that be done? One is to establish an industrial advisory committees. Back in Tanzania, right now what we are doing, we are establishing what we call industrial advisory committees. This is a committee that is composed of members from the industry who come to the university, let's say twice a year, to discuss issues of interest between the industry and academia. And to me, that has become very useful, though it is too early to say, but I see that's the right direction. But at the same time, another way of doing so is to include industry partners in what I would call decision-making organs of the university. For example, if you have a board or a council, or let me say, college boards, etc., there's a need to include in the composition of those boards people from the industry. So that's why you can really make a bridge, make a close linkage between the industry and the academia. Otherwise, we'll be sitting back, doing our own things, and the industry will be sitting back, doing their own things, and each one will be pointing fingers to each other. It's like we're producing graduates who cannot fit into the industry, etc. So there has to be a collaboration between the two so that to have a more sustainable and useful, should I say, collaboration. Another thing that I would like to highlight on as regarding to addressing the issues is the issue of, should I say, let me say, policy and governance. To be sincere, if you want to ensure that research and innovation become visible at the university level, there has to be one thing that you should do to design, to review our structures as a university to ensure that these two things really fit into our organizational structure. If we don't do that, they'll be invisible in our structures. So when it even comes to budgeting, for example, unless there is a unit, a directorate that deals with innovation, you cannot budget for it. So unless there is a strong directorate of research, if there won't be even a way of budgeting for that directorate to carry out research agenda of the university. So my point is, we have to address 4 issues. 1, curriculum and pedagogy. 2, industrial linkage and the collaboration. 3, policy and the policy framework and the governance. And the last one is pedagogy and the curriculum, so as to make sure that our envisioned transformation becomes not only sustainable, but also accelerated. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Vuma. Thank you very much for that expose of what's happening in our institutions and what is needed in our institutions to transform them so that our institutions are in a place or are able to make sure that they produce graduates that will fit in the world of work. And obviously the challenge is for us in the university to continue to make sure that when we educate our graduates, futures research is also very, very important, so that the young men and the young women who are in their first year this year in this institution, what is the world of work going to look like when they finish their degree in 3 or 4 years? So the area of futures research becomes critical in the kinds of issues that you're talking about. Thank you very much. I call upon Professor Malata, Professor Address Malata. What are the major challenges in the utilization of the affordances of information and communication technologies in teaching and learning in the African university? The last speaker emphasized the need for teaching, emphasized the need for the ability of, so that we are actually able to teach online. So the question is, what are these major challenges in the utilization of information and communication technologies in teaching and learning in the African university? Can you please speak to the critical issue of learner autonomy, the autonomy of the learner in determining what to learn, how to learn, and the evaluation of teaching and learning? Because these are key issues in the utilization of the affordances of ICTs or information and communication technologies. As we all know, the major challenge that we face, or the major challenge that we traverse in the classroom, in the lecture room, in the field, in the lab, is the relationship between student autonomy and distance between how we teach and how the students learn. And we call that transactional distance. So it's for you to really unpack this whole area of the utilization of information and communication technologies, which is now has literally changed the role of the university, and in particular, the role of the academic who teaches in a university, because she or he is no longer the source of knowledge. The student can get knowledge elsewhere. I thank you. You can come to the podium. Thank you.
So thank you very much, moderator. I think the question that you've raised, actually I think there were 5 questions in one question. But distinguished delegates, it's a very good morning to you all, and also a privilege for me to have been invited by Vice Chancellor of this university. I visited this university 2 years ago, and truly the presentation by the Vice Chancellor raises issues that SADC and universities in SADC region must consider. The issue of digitalization cannot be ignored now. Artificial intelligence is an issue for every country, and we cannot leave anyone behind. I do love the fact that we are talking about reconfiguring our curriculum in our universities. We cannot teach the way we were taught 40 years ago, 30 years ago. Our students come to our classrooms already prepared. They've already seen your notes before you even start teaching. So it means that each teacher, each lecturer must be prepared for the current type of student. What is happening now? We know that our young population has a lot of knowledge, but at the same time, we also know that there's hunger for information technology. Yet there's digital divide. Not every student in our countries has got a gadget. They also don't have digital skills. And yet, we don't want to leave anyone behind. So the issue of digital economy, digital divide must be addressed within our region. What must we do? So those of us in leadership in higher education need to realize we can't have this conversation in our own corner. We need to get everybody on the table. Everybody must decide on a menu And no one should decide that menu for us. And I think for SADC, this is very important. Can we get resources for those young people? Every student must have a laptop. It's a tall order. Can we assemble these in our own countries? So visiting Jomo Kenyatta University last month, I realized that universities can actually assemble these gadgets. We don't have to buy everything elsewhere. Because if we assemble them within our universities, then we will make sure that students in primary education, secondary education, higher education, TVET, have got something to use. I also want to talk about curriculum. Our curriculum approaches must change. I personally believe that every student must be taught about innovation. Whether they're doing a program in chemical engineering, medical microbiology, African musicology, they must know about innovation. Beyond innovation, they must also know about entrepreneurship, because the jobs are not there. We have a shrinking job market. Private sector is not growing at the rate we all expected it to grow. So our students should not be taught to look for a job. They must be taught how to create jobs. And I know that students in my own university, because we decided for every curriculum, every student must know about innovation and about entrepreneurship, they do get jobs sometimes even before they graduate. How do we bring digital divide into a solution? Because it's a challenge for each one of us. I think it is very important that each country must make a deliberate decision to invest. Our development partners must invest. We need to tell them what we want, because many times when we have projects, these big projects, these development partners will decide what they want us to do. But I think it's high time that each country must make a decision. This is what we want, and make sure that no one is left behind. So because this was a loaded question, I also want to say this, that many times when we're discussing about higher education, we do forget that we are at the very end of the whole trajectory. Pre-primary education, we need to start there. So the curriculum there needs to change. Innovation, entrepreneurship, age 2, age 3, our children must start learning about business. They're going into primary, teach them about business. So I think that even when they are in a secondary school, they can actually do business, sell airtime to their colleagues. You're already inculcating in them an entrepreneurial spirit. So let's not just look at higher education. We should go through the whole trajectory: pre-primary education, primary education, secondary education, and yes, higher education. But at the same time, TVET, because we know that the skills are there and we need to support our young people. Finally, in my discussion about making sure that our students think critically, is the way we also provide opportunities, even for those that do not make it into our educational institutions. Universities must open up for those whom we think are uneducated. Many times they have many good skills. They have innovative ideas that can actually be brought on the table. And we use those ideas also to move our educational transition, as we want to make sure that every child, every young person in our countries get educated, and they don't just get educated, but they also create jobs. Finally, I want to say this and argue that it is high time that we decided what we want. Let's get on the table. Let's make decisions on that table. So women must not be left behind. The marginalized must not be left behind. They need to be on the table. They need to make decisions. They need to know how to critically think and also speak, because many times we don't speak out, and so people decide for us. But I think SADC has grown, and we see a lot of development in our member states. We can do things for ourselves. COVID-19 taught us lessons. Each nation became an entrepreneurial nation. Each nation was very innovative, and universities in SADC brought out a lot of innovations that actually are now on the market, not just prototypes. So we can do it. It is possible, but let's not leave anyone behind. At the end of the day, my arguments for this presentation are that when everything is said and done, what difference would our universities make in our nations for our people. And beyond our nations, it's also the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Malata, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just a small message that I want to put across, especially to those of us that work in this country in the business of the provision of networks or the provision of ICTs. The university, as we know it today, because of the affordances of ICTs, has completely changed. So I do hope, I don't want to mention by name, but I do hope those individuals, men and women that are in this room, and you work for companies or businesses that are in the business of providing connectivity to the country, please look at the area of the provision of connectivity for teaching and learning, in the area to interrogate the whole notion that a degree takes 4 years or a degree takes 3 years. If students can study wherever they are and on any device, we now probably will be getting to a stage where students will say, yes, I want to finish my degree in such a small space of time because I can do it online. Most of you are very familiar with the changes that have taken place in our higher education, that we are now program-based, and students can take these programs at a time when they are ready to do so and be able to finish their degree program in a time that obviously did not even exist during the time most of us were in our universities. So I'm making a passionate plea to those of us who are in this business that higher education today has been transformed, and it will continue to be transformed if we lower the price and the cost of connectivity, and most importantly, if we lower the price of devices that our students are now using in our institutions, whether it is a laptop or whether it is a cell phone or indeed any other device that they use for learning. So my plea is to look at you people that are in the business of providing connectivity, in particular, to make sure that the price goes down so that our students will have no problems in learning and in accessing knowledge, either from the library or from wherever they get that information from. Our next speaker is someone I respect so well. I respect him, Miss Primrose Mlambo. Miss Mlambo, can you please articulate the challenges that are faced by youths, especially females, in accessing university education, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or the related disciplines and careers? What can we do to reverse the marginalization of girls and women in our universities so that there is gender parity in our institutions, and so that eventually the world of work, as we focus on Vision 2030, with the advent of generative AI, we're able to increase the number of girls right from ECD to primary to secondary education and to university and even to the postgraduate education system in this country, because the participation rates of girls in our universities is still small compared to that of men. Why? Especially in STEM-related discipline, because they are underrepresented at the primary level, at the secondary level, and obviously in their first years. So I would like you to address this issue, which I know is your passion, which I know is something that you do literally on a daily basis. And we thank you for coming to this meeting. You can come to the podium. Thank you.
In the quintessence of a true student, you find I have some notes and a pen to refer to. And I'm hoping that I have some of my audience members also taking notes. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. So, to bring light to exactly why we're here as a panel, I shall bring, or shed some light rather, to our 7th SADC Summit panel discussion theme. And that is to build sustainable ecosystems that can continue industrialization within the region. And so being amongst my fellow professors here means that as a region, we are ready to include or form rather an integral part of the youths towards advancing us towards this future that we have. And so as our speaker then said, challenges that the youths are facing are not necessarily restricted to just the region. So I will firstly paint what it means to be a youth currently globally, and also what it means to be a youth within the SADC region. There's 1.8 billion of us in the world, and we face similar challenges, irregardless of the geographical divide or our cultural differences. Currently, there is a 13% unemployment rate, and you find that most of our graduates coming from these institutions are, again, struggling to find employment because the current education system that we created is solely to churn out workers. And so agreeing also with what Professor Mapfumo then articulated, that with the model that Zimbabwe is bringing forward, we are not focusing on just the theoretical aspect of education, but rather churning out people who can innovate to industrialize. And so you'd find that most of our curricula and the revamp that is taking place is starting to include an aspect of innovation in all the disciplines. And so personally, being an engineer by day and an innovator by night, I do not come in my own capacity, but in the capacity of the youths that need to be empowered, that need to be capacitated in order that we take up the roles that the 21st century job market demands that we have. And so there's a tried and tested way of how an economy can industrialize, to bring us back to why we are all gathered here. And if you're writing notes, this is an equation. And so being an engineer, I thought I'd include an equation in my talk. The youths are an integral part of the system. However, we cannot do anything unless we have the support of our leaders, the vanguards of society. And agreeing with what my fellow professors here mentioned, in particular about the heritage-based education 5.0, we need to channel both the youths, the males and the females, into a quality education system such that we produce highly skilled human capital. Now, these are the actuators that can drive us towards industrializing further in our region. And so the challenges that you'd find, particularly concentrated within the sub-Saharan region, are that we as females are still, in certain parts, victims of bad culture. Most of our young girls are victims of early childhood marriages and gender-based violences, such that you find that most of them are not progressing into higher education learning. And so you'd find that us being represented today, both in the female capacity and in the youth capacity, is showing that SADC is ready to integrate us into the necessary roles that we need to take in order to take our industrialization and economic empowerment forward. Because the youths present a time element. They present the sustainability of all the work that we stand here to want to achieve, so that we can not only inherit the benefits of economic development now, but sustain that to the next generations. And so bringing the issue of gender disparity, I'm glad to see that we are well represented here as females. But in light of female or women empowerment, let us not forget the boy child as well. Because you find that gender disparity can come in its different forms. And at the moment, if we tend to go to the extremes of only wanting to empower our women while neglecting the boys, we turn the challenge or the problem over its head. And we have to start from scratch in future, where we'll be propagating for male or boy child empowerment. And so it's paramount that we keep this in mind whilst we're making our youth empowerment framework towards, again, channeling us into institutions of higher learning, where we can then become actuators or the drivers that can take us towards the industrialized SADC region that we want. And so bringing us to light, I would like to preface the fact that I'm a product of the Innovation Hub, and this model, this heritage-based Education 5.0 works. I am a product of the model, so to be here is an absolute privilege, and I implore you as the SADC community to take this serious. This is not some talk show. In fact, the move towards economic progression started at our inception as the frontline states formed the Arusha Declaration in 1979. Their goal was that of economic empowerment. And so let us not forget, even as SADC progressed throughout the years into firstly the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference, to then now becoming the SADC Southern Africa Development Community, let us not forget our inception. Even though at first it was formed from a counteraction of political activity within the region in the past, we have progressed and since moved forward. Let us not forget that to sustain any sort of development, we need to integrate our youths. We need to integrate our youths, and we are ready to make that change. We want you, our leaders, to inherit us. In fact, I like to call it a culture inheritance. Give us the culture inheritance. Tell us what it means to be African, such that we can pave our own way towards the future that we all want. We talk about the fourth industrial revolution, that of autonomy and less human interaction with the systems that we have in terms of industry. But as Africa, let us be careful of just simply adopting Western or Eastern ideologies into our society, because we have what it means to be African. We have the value within our soils. And so moving forward, I advocate that our education curricula should be revamped towards having the heritage aspect. That way, little girls can also know that it is possible to achieve within the African context. Let us continue advocating for more role models within the SADC region. In fact, you'd find, for example, that in South Africa with their government or cabinet arrangement, you'd find that the youths are equally represented. And also in Zimbabwe, in fact, occupying one of the highest offices in any country, our Deputy Minister of Finance is a youth. Our Minister of Youth is a youth. We have youths in various parts of leadership propagating change. But at the same time, let us not forget to instill that change in us. It just doesn't happen overnight. And so standing here, propelling our education system to move forward, let us bring the youths into a quality education framework. And let us not just talk about it, but let us bring our countries or our states to account. Let us have timelines as to when we want to achieve certain things and not just talk about it. There's various frameworks that exist that talk about youth empowerment. But how far are we? And so today I stand as the youth representative, hoping that my leaders may hear us through my voice. And I pray that these discussions will go forward and will stand as the generation that got it right. Our next generations will look back at today and say that these are the leaders that got it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Primrose. I think let us give you another round of applause, please. Thank you. The next question is for Professor P. Nyarango. How do we map out the research policy matrix? The research policy matrix. And the nexus between social science, quantitative research, and mixed methods research in developing utile or important knowledge systems in our universities that are critical in the industrialization of our societies in both the short and long term. So the crux of that question is about the role of the university in terms of conducting research whether it is policy research or research that is intended to improve the disciplines, both in the social sciences, human sciences, the physical sciences, so that our graduates, when they come out, they have the skills, the knowledge, the competencies, and the attitudes to go out there and question everything that is in front of them, especially in their professions. So if you could unpack this issue for us, because it is right at the center of where we want to go as a nation. And for those of us who did a little bit of Latin in school, the question is asking us to really go into the fons et origio of this whole area of the research policy matrix. Thank you. You come on the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. I didn't know that when we were invited, we would also be tested. Because we were asked to make to talk about specific areas using probably PowerPoint, which I don't like, because it keeps knowledge in compartments. And now I've been asked to talk about a very interesting area. To come to it, let me just pose to you 4 questions, because they are at the heart of research and the nexus we want to develop. Do you know that there have been 3 scientific revolutions around this issue as we stand today? The first one started when those guys left Europe and went to new lands in the US. They decided that science is important. And for them, they wanted science for the purposes of knowledge that is capitalistic in nature. You keep it to yourself. You transmit it to whom you want to transmit. You keep it in the papers. It doesn't translate to the public you serve. So they started by doing differentiated universities. A university basically for science. And the first one listed is Johns Hopkins University, 1876. And that belief in the elitist research for the purpose of making us professors feel great, or for industry to create products that they can be ahead of everybody else, was the model. Then came the Second World War. Europe was devastated, and they needed to reconstruct. Research, again, was important. But again, this research which was being done, and it was essentially answering to the wishes of the industry and not to the people, essentially. At the heart of this was Europe. Europe was at the heart of it, with the US. But come 1975, the new entrants came to this race who are thinking a bit differently. And they are looking at research as research as has been looked at previously, but they are bringing a new dimension in the nexus, the Chinese. Until that time, I never had an opportunity to read an article from China throughout my medical school days. But today, there's no channel you will open which doesn't have an article from China. For them, the research, it was to answer to the economic potential of their people. And then now has come the nexus, which says, no, research must be for commercialization of knowledge. Who is the beneficiary? That's the question we need to answer, and if we can answer it properly, then I'll go to the next thing, how will we do it? Research must be for the benefit of we the people, the community. Now, that is really the essence of research. If it is not answering to our poverty, if it's not answering to what ails us, then it's not relevant to us. If research is merely repeating for the other people have written previously, answering questions that are not taking our community to where they want to go, then it's not in the nexus. And so I'm advocating for thinking out of the box first of all as we do the nexus for research. Think out of the box. Like now, we are in this room. We are talking about industrialization. And we have more or less been modeled in a particular direction. But let me ask you, and then I'll probably pose an answer. Do you think, as we sit here today, Africa, any country in Africa, has the capacity to do research that leads to direct industrialization? Which country in Africa can do research that can lead to industrialization and lead to industrialization on this continent? Because we are now modeled to think in a particular way. I want our way of thinking to be out of the box. And let me give you one hint. There's no country in this continent of Africa which has got enough energy, electricity, to industrialize. So our research must be research which thinks out of the box. The nexus we bring in, what we bring into the triangle of research, must not be on what is the ground which everybody has gone through. So we must bring our students and our people, our triangle of research must be those things which make sense. One country which people don't talk too much about, Iran. Iran produces enough energy, more energy than all our countries in Africa combined. I'm sorry to announce, or to say. One country, Iran. And now our research is being driven towards green energy. Now, which country on earth has developed on the basis of green energy? I'm for climate. But let our research, as we construct our knowledge triangle, think out of the box. I give it to you, let me pose it to you that we need to go back, or we need to do research that is relevant to solving the bottlenecks to industrialization. Energy. Africa may no longer be a dark continent, but most of us live and work in darkness. And we don't have to. If we think, if our triangle of knowledge is proper, we need not be. Do you know that Namibia, nobody from Namibia? Namibia is number 3 in uranium production in the world, not in Africa, in the world. 3 countries can change if we do proper research, which is taking into account our social background and does proper social research, which says, why are we not industrialized? Yes? Namibia is one. DRC is the only one who might have enough hydroelectric power to power industrialization. Yes, DRC, nobody else. And yes, there is a third country which also can, Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania. I'm putting this because all these things are coming from social science. If we do proper social science research, you will learn that natural gas is available in Namibia. Natural gas is available in United Republic of Tanzania, but it's not part of the equation we are discussing under industrialization, particularly when we don't have enough energy. SADC, you can light Africa, and we can do proper research. You don't want to put an industry, and at midnight, power goes off, production stops. You start research, and you put your ingredients, and you want it to run for 24 hours. Power goes off. Digital and AI and digitalization in schools. You have the class in front of you, and you start the lecture. Power goes off. Where are we going? I'm sorry, I'm saying, as we interrogate the research that we do, let us be free from the orthodoxy or the tradition of how we come to answer questions and which questions we answer. So that's the number one. Energy. Africa is in darkness. So let us light Africa. SADC, if you cannot do anything else in industrialization, give us energy. You hold the light, and we cannot go far without sufficient, even our research cannot happen effectively without energy. I'm saying what I'm really appealing for in research is freeing our students, community, to generate the questions for research. I know we talk about hubs, industrial hubs, but that's just one step. I want, University of Zimbabwe, you have taken the lead. Please, go the next step. Move the apex of innovation and research to the point of holding private companies and subsidiaries to which your students and your faculty are owners. That's when we will talk about commercialization of knowledge. We want those people who, and now I'm bending the question a little bit, but is to come to the correct way of generating innovation, research, and education, integrating them in a manner that answers to our needs. We need companies of the universities. It's not sin for professors to be rich. It's not sin. It's not sin for our students to become millionaires before they graduate. It's not. So let us not just go the usual way. We must disrupt the way research is constructed. Finally, the research on policy and the systems must also say, how come we are not advancing our nations at the political level to the point we can be free to do what we want? Zimbabwe, you are lucky, very lucky, because under sanctions you don't have to look left or west to do what you want to do, Yeah. So our research must also understand that there are, like now we are assuming that we are empowered to do research, but we are empowered to do the research the way other people want it done. Now I want us to go to another mode which says no. We want political will, strong political will which disrupts the order. So from society point of view, social science point of view, what is the route that governments must take to overcome inertia? Inertia is that resistance inside of us. And one of the things we need to do in research nexus, as I see it, let our governments be brave enough to take the risk to do what the world doesn't expect us to do. One of them, and we need now research in those areas. One of them is our wealth, the mineral wealth, our technology transfer. There's no research on the possibility of technology transfer. It can never happen. Nobody's going to give you their technology for free. So technology transfer is not going to happen. And we want it to happen. We want to industrialize even before I die myself. I'm a bit old. Those of us, we want also to see industrialization now, 2030. Now I'm going to propose research on the area. How can we work around these strictures of resource flow from those who have the money, the mega money? Mega money is in Europe, it is in the US, it's in China. We need it here. We don't want it in cash. Now, research must go to the point of saying, now we can say no. Let them buy equity. Whether it's in atomic energy, whether it is in health, those who want to help us, Chair said, thank you very much for bringing me here. But if you want to help this nation, this continent, we just say equity, no more than 49%. Bring your money. We have our young people who need jobs. We have our young, very educated graduates in this country. We want them to be the one running the show. We don't want your money. We want your skills. We want the technology to be here. We give you 49% shares in our company of the University of Zimbabwe. Take it, leave it. How can we go there without saying take it, leave it? How can we what kind of research is required to take us there? So let me just end by saying, at the end of the day, we have education which has been elitist. We have innovation which, the train has left the station, The train left the station without Africa. That's the bad news, Because industrialization is happening elsewhere. But let me give you the good news. We can make it. The Chinese, if we use the analogy of Olympics which just ended, the American, the Europeans, they were doing hop, step, and jump. Then the Chinese came and said, no, high jump. We Africans must come and say pole vault. Because it's a marathon, it's not a short race. So we must do pole vault. And what will make us do that pole vault? Energy. We need enough energy. And even Zimbabwe can start selling that energy to others. But we need to do proper science research. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Nyarango. We will continue with our last speaker on the same theme of investment opportunities for industrialization, but with a particular focus on funding the university. So, Professor Carlos Francisco, what advice would you give the universities in the SADC to rethink how they resource the African university financially? A few people sitting in this room this morning, when they came to this university, they were getting an allowance that was enough to such an extent that they could send a brother and a sister to school. So the question for you, Sam, what investment opportunities? This is a discourse that is not germane to the university. This is a discourse that is not common to universities. But if these universities in the SADC are to survive, we really have got to recenter the discourse of a university leadership talking about investment so that they can put a pile of money somewhere for the university so that that money can actually be used to top up salaries, to buy equipment, and to build a university. So if you could assist us in unpacking this particular topic. Thank you, Sam.
Excellency, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mamur Kare say, habari za asubuhi, sambonani, molweni, goeiemorgen, bon dia, ni hao, buenos dias, salve, dobro dien, goedemorgen, buongiorno, bonjour, good morning. Hope all greeted. I'm hereby to represent our Vice Chancellor, Mr. Alfredo Buza. Because of scheduling reasons, obviously he couldn't be here as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Luanda in Angola, and is very grateful for the invitation. Thank you, University of Zimbabwe. First of all, I would like to highlight a couple of points which we can link up to industrialization and university. And I'll start with a few points as follows. First of all, the infrastructure deficit, the joint forces within public and private sector in terms of local investment, power, electricity challenges, consistency on the public policies, high added value chain on our minerals, textiles, and fresh products, the import and export policies, the bureaucracy on a visa processing when it comes to the investors into SADC region in order to invest. We still have those kind of issues. Specifically, my country, now we have 90 days visa. It's actually much easier at this point of time. Also, we need to invest in tourism infrastructures. Our region has no longer needs to do many studies. We need to put our hands on. We really need to put our hands on. SADC is a very stable region, very stable region. Besides the peace process, which our president, Mr. John Lawrence, was very much involved on, as they started at the beginning of the month on DRC, And lastly, we also are involving the peace talk, or actually the stabilization in Mozambique. If we do that, the investors obviously will trust us. They'll feel comfortable to invest in our region. SADC regions has many natural resources. Instead of importing, we should export to those countries. It would be a great opportunity for investors to start creating a small industry close to rural areas, a field which we can plant products for farming. Example for our investors here in this room, in Angola, we have a couple of difficulties. People do production, in farming, but then again, they have a difficulty on outflow the products. So they end up the products actually end up getting messed up. Sorry for my French. So we need to have such investors to look into that. We can start off with a small industry in order to help us getting through that. Example, China and Brazil, they've done it very well. They started a small industry, then obviously they expand to bigger ones. We can start off with countries such as Angola, Congo, Malawi, Zambia. In Angola, we have a special economic zone, which is actually working very much okay. You find in this economic zone a small couple of industry which can actually move the economy going. We're starting like that. As you know, Angola is actually quite new kind of a country when it comes to industrialization, besides the oil field. Yeah. From that, we should look into the retail marketing, invest in supply chain efficiency by training and involving the youth. Undergraduate students by focus in well-trained students from technical schools across the region. Not necessarily looking to the university, but looking to technical schools. There, we can actually bring up the youth and send them into the industrial areas to work and start making money out of it. Remember, being in Africa, being an African, is not as easy as being a European or Asian. For you to graduate in Africa, it's tough. It's really tough. And you actually have to pray to God to be graduated. Regarding to the infrastructure, the SADC region, we have economic growth which require a significant investment in infrastructure such as roads, railways, ports, airports, telecommunications are essential for boost the trade connectivity in the region. The companies which operate in the civil construction, engineering, and information technology have a unique opportunity to participate in developing the modernization of our region. Example, in Angola, at this point of time, we're investing heavily through the Lubito corridor. I don't know if you know about it, which will link up 4 countries from Angola, link up to Zambia, to DRC. Remember, Angola has got a port in Benguela, which is the south of Angola, which the train, the railway will go from there, is going to pass through those countries. In other words, Zambia does not have the sea, Congo on that side either, so they will obviously go through that corridor. It's extremely opportunity for investors to look into that in terms of logistics, distributions, and so forth. Also, just to actually bring up to here, we have a strategic plan to take away the whole Joburg International Airport business into the new Angolan airport. They just built up a new airport. At this point of time, it's not open fully, but we have a plan in 10, 20, 30 years down the line to make sure that we are the hub of Southern Africa by using this new airport. No applause, Jesus. We need to find a way out. We really need to find a way out within the region by linking the European Asian countries, but not just the oil, the diamond, the golds. We always speak about oil, diamond, gold. No, just focus on our raw material to add high added value and create a strong partnership, not just with the BRICS, but with small entrepreneurs around the regions. Also, we should take into consideration the retail companies across the region. For that, we need to implement efficient distribution process and expand, which I'll call as from today. And pleased to our leaders seated here, we should just create we should call a product, not a product, sort of product, which we can call as from today, made SADC brands products. I take that and I send it to you guys as a challenge. We have a lot of investors here. We have entrepreneurs here. We should think of it. Made SADC brands products will be very much valid added line. If you look at a strong partnership with ShopRite, Sasol, Tiger Brands, Pioneer Foods, Disking, Woolworth, we should make use of those retailers to actually span through our products, not just the SADC region, but the rest of Africa. If we do that, we're starting making use of the famous industrialization. Use the youth. They have the energy to do that. Then again, the agriculture plays a key role in the regional economy, providing many rural communities with livelihoods, business opportunities. SADC has a vast arable land and great diversity of natural resources. Investing in agricultural projects such as growing grain, producing processed food, exporting agricultural products with a highly profitable and renewable energy. The demand of energy in the region is constantly growing due to population growth and economic development. I've went in one of, at Stellenbosch University, I went to Stellenbosch University, Professor, in March, and there was a conference, AC21 conference, and the electricity just went off when I was actually talking. That was interesting, you know? So why don't we look at renewable energy, which have become more valuable solution to meet the demand? Invest in solar panel, the wind, hydroelectric energy, project for general financial returns. Then we can actually contribute to sustainable development in SADC region. We really need to open the market for the region and for the investors, but to be very strict in terms of security. Security is also a problem for our region. We really need to focus on it. No government will let it go, but then again, it has to be done properly. It is time to implement one blood, one nation, one road, one passport, one family, one industrial thought. Then God may bless our region. Lastly, I would please to our leaders, finalizing to say as follows. We must act now, because in the next 10 to 20 years down the line, we may succeed. SADC is such a stable market, full of resources, strategic region around the world. If they are well managed, high added value, yes, we can bring development, industrialization into the region, and also we can make sure that our universities are on the top ranking around the world. Yes, we can. As Donald Trump said, yes, we can. No, not Donald Trump. That was Obama. Eh? Yes, we can. That was Obama. For that, I would like to finalize by thank you and attenda siabongani nkosi kakulu bayadanki ur muito obrigado merci beaucoup thank you very much may God bless us.
Colleagues, we have listened to excellent presentations by the 5 colleagues. My takeaway from them is that the responsive and innovative African university is critical in the socio-economic and industrial development of the ACE. Research and innovation hubs must become a common feature in all our universities in the SADC. We should now accept the view that problems cannot be solved by the same level of thinking that created them. The link between research and innovation and teaching and learning should now be the key to the development of a decolonial epistemic that leads to the creation and development of relevant new knowledge that engenders the transformation of the university in the SADC and our societies by 2030. The process is led by a meta-intellectual who conducts his or her work among the state, the laboratory, protocol, university, and what Michael Gibbons refers to as the new production of knowledge in our universities and tertiary institutions that is intra, and multidisciplinary across the board, because learning is an interplay between the local and the global. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let us go invent tomorrow instead of wondering about what happened yesterday in our lecture rooms, laboratories, and the universities. As argued by Robert Hutchins, education is not to reform students or amuse them or to make them expert technicians. It is to unsettle their minds, widen their horizons, inflame their intellects, and think and teach them how to think and how to think and how to think and how to invent. I thank you for listening, and on your behalf, I thank our panel of experts and colleagues from the SADC. I thank you very much for all that you have shared with us in terms of your knowledge. We still have a few minutes. If there are any questions and comments, it's a massive audience. So we still have a few minutes. If there are any questions or comments, I'll probably just entertain 2 or 3. You just need to raise your hand, and we have got a mic that can be given to you. I'll pause. You raise your hand.
Thank you very much, Professor Jimbo. My name is Torerai Moyo, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education. I have a question to the panelists. What must SADC do, or what must be done by African governments to retain intellectual minds who are pioneering or championing innovation? We have seen a number of students who have made some innovations in Zimbabwe and have been given scholarships. As I speak, I have one student in Mad South who has been given 15 scholarships, and he will proceed either to the US, to Canada, to Europe, where he is going to continue with the innovation. Eventually, he will be offered citizenship there, and will eventually work there. And nothing to benefit us as Africans? What must be done by our governments to retain such intellectual minds so that they are going to do that innovation here and develop our countries? Thank you.
Testing. All right, thank you for that question. You'll realize that SADC is currently not only suffering from just unemployment, underemployment, but also massive brain drain. And it's time as a region that we actually developed our own researchers and scientists. And so maybe borrowing from models that have worked, you'd realize that in Europe, they have regional councils whereby money can be funneled through such an institution in order to develop, or rather take ideas from the innovators and make them travel safely to the market. And so you'd realize that most of the barriers that come with students not being able to stay in the education system, therefore not being able to attain higher learning, are challenges such as their economic finances or constraints at their homes. And so referring to one of the SADC frameworks, it's actually called the SADC Protocol on Education and Training, which the member states signed in 1997. It advocated for free education for both the primary and secondary scholars. And so I would actually implore the SADC community, how far have we come with such frameworks? These are such things that can actually aid our students in being able to attain higher levels of learning in order for them to be retained within the system. And so you'd find that immigration to develop other economic regions is a reality that we're currently facing. And the only way to deal with it is to make sure that education is equitable. It's accessible to everyone, no matter your gender, your age, your background, or your economic constraints. And I believe that would be the solution to retaining our own innovators within the region.
Can we have just one more question, maybe two?
Moderator, I just wanted to make another point. So I'm from Malawi. We have a case of a young man, Kankwamba, a boy who harnessed the wind. He actually left Malawi for the US, but is now back. Creating an environment for these young people that have got innovations within our member countries is possible. And I think that's where we also need private sector involvement. Private sector needs to know that if they invest in innovations that are happening within our countries, the input, the output will be greater than allowing someone to go away. So the fact that Kankwamba came back to Malawi is a sign that our countries are now ready to promote our own innovators. Remember what I said in my presentation. It's not just about those who are educated. There are many people in our countries that never went to school, but are very innovative. They have great ideas that can develop our nations. Let's create that environment. So universities too also have a role. We should open up, allow these people to come into our innovation hubs, and then we develop, add science to what they're doing. But at the end of the day, there has to be investment, and private sector has a role to play. Let's get out to private sector. Let's get them on board. If they don't come to us, we should go to them so that we can promote development of these innovations in our own nations. It's possible, it can be done. The past is gone, we're looking into the future, and the future is possible. The future is bright for SADC. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
If I could,
Go ahead.
If I could add up one more point, if you allow me. I think there's also a need to have, SADC state members should have what I would call intellectual property right policies. From my experience back in Tanzania, a student may come up with an idea which really has potential for commercialization, but sometimes it ends up being not recognized because there are no frameworks for recognition based on intellectual property right policies. So this is another issue that I think should be really addressed critically by SADC region to have clearly as formulated intellectual property right policies and other, I would say, other regulations that really kind of create a platform whereby innovation can be done in a more systematic way. So thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. You can go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Louis Watum. I'm the Minister of Industry of the DRC. It's just a contribution to the excellent presentations I heard this morning. I would like SADC countries in the education system to put a lot more emphasis on ethical behavior and financial engineering, and I'll explain why. Ethical behavior because one of the things preventing Africa from developing is corruption. Corruption is the ultimate poison. It is a cancer. It is what prevents the youth from talented youth of accessing to good positions and serving the countries, and they end up taking a little document which is either red or green or blue, which is called passport. They leave Africa. They go to other countries where they shine like superstars and develop other countries instead of Africa. So it's very important that you understand we need to clamp on corruption. On financial engineering, I will insist because I think one of the panelists mentioned that the DRC has enough power, actually to power the whole of Africa. How on earth can you have mineral endowment worth over 25 trillion US dollars and you can't industrialize? And you can't raise enough money to industrialize. So I think financial engineering is very important. It's something we need to put in our curriculum, make sure that our youth understand that, and come with creative ideas of how to raise money without necessarily going west or east or in the Emirates or in the Arabs. We have enough money in Africa, and we have all it takes, actually, to raise this money for ourselves and develop Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I've just been informed that His Excellency, the President, is now here, and we must stop. So I want to thank you very much for taking part in this discussion and taking part in the issues that we raised because they are so fundamental and central to higher education in this country. So we should stop now. But I'm sure a few of you may need a small comfort break. If we could do that as quickly as possible so that we come back to our seats and sit and then wait for His Excellency the President. Again, thank you very much for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we may pause where we are so that I give us instructions. Thank you very much. We didn't put our hands together for Professor Jimbo, the panelists. As we transition to the next part of our program, allow me to implore us all. It is advisable that we remain here. HE will be coming shortly, and we want to avoid congestion. We will again need to be scanned for security reasons on our way back. So if we all leave the main auditorium, we are likely to cause congestion. If you really need to take a short health break, please do. You use the back exit for our ablution facilities. They are right here to my immediate left, but you need to use the back exit. You go all the way around, and you will find the first door on your left is the gents, and the next door is the ladies. So once again, I kindly request that we take our seats so that we wait for the next program. May I kindly request our Asset Protection Department to come assist us in terms of reconfiguring our stage for the next part of our program. And I also want to discourage use of the exit on behind me because we are going to be changing the setup. Otherwise, thank you so much for your patience and making it through the panel discussion. We appreciate you. Once again, I will insist, ladies and gentlemen, let's remain in the auditorium. Thank you. Yes. Oh, yeah, please. You need to pay some taxes here. Okay. Sir, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, yeah, please. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, the ambassador of Angola, if you are here, I would appreciate if you could come and see me, the ambassador of Angola, if you are here. And the University of Zimbabwe Choir, would appreciate if you could give us some music, please. Thank you.
Siya kutumisa, Sati Sound check, testing 1, 2, microphone check. Sound check, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check. Testing 1, 2, sound. Testing 1, 2, sound. So how do you compare Liverpool to Yatola?
Yeah. Yeah. Procedure ndiyo. Vamune mahungu vacho vakuda kuuya mauya modi. Morova.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
Well, that's not what I was told.
Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
What?
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Let us be ready very soon. Our guest of honor will be coming in. So let us take our seats and prepare to receive our guest of honor. When he arrives, we will ask all of you to stand, and then we will have our 3 national anthems.
wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who wants to run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not running with me. Listen to me, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life won't chase it with you. You can't stop believing in yourself just because somebody in your life won't believe in you. You can't stop chasing the dreams of your life just because when you know when you do it, you're going to have to do it all by yourself.
Let us take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let us Let us stand and receive our Honorable Vice President. Let us remain standing and receive Honorable Vice President Chiwenga and Honorable Vice President Mohadi. Yeah, we can take our seats. Let us all stand and receive His Excellency, the President. Let us remain standing as we have our national anthems, starting with the national anthem for Zimbabwe, the national anthem for SADC, and then the national anthem for the African Union. Choir.
integration, towards our people's unity and harmony. Cradle of humanity, cradle of our ancestors. Let us praise with joy the realization of our hopes and raise the banner of solidarity. SADC, 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 dawn of our certainty. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the star, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Let us take our seats. I welcome you all to the 7th SADC Summit Public Lecture 2024. To kickstart our program, which is part 2 of our program, we are going to have recognition of the dignitaries who are here with us. First, allow me to recognize our guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Commander-in-Chief of Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Chancellor of State Universities, and the incoming Chair of SADC, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. Let's give our President a round of applause. I recognize also the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dr. General Retired C.G.D.N. Chiwenga. Let us give him a round of applause. I also recognize the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Retired Colonel K.C.D. Mohadi. Let us give him a round of applause. Allow me to recognize the Minister of Defense, Honorable Opa Muchinguri, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Ambassador Frederick Shawa, the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development, Professor Dr. Amon Murwira, the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Magosi, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mapfumo, the ministers from the 16 SADC countries and government ministers of Zimbabwe who are here present, we recognize you. The Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, we recognize you and we recognize the Deputy Chief Secretaries with you. The Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. Vincent Wungwe, we recognize you, and the commissioners to the Public Service and the Secretary to the Service Commission, Mrs. Zembe, Deputy Ministers who are here present, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, SADC Deputy Executive Secretaries and the Secretariat, permanent secretaries and senior government officials from the 16 member countries, Chairman of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mr. Douglas Otto, Zimche CEO, Professor Kuzvinetsa Dzvimbo, our esteemed panelists who have come from the different countries in SADC, vice chancellors, and the principals of other universities and colleges here in Zimbabwe and also in SADC countries, members of the University of Zimbabwe Executive, deans, directors of institutes, senior government officials, members of the Defense Forces, University of Zimbabwe Organizing Committee, captains of industry, students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. My name is Professor Fano Otagwira, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development. The theme of the 2024 public lecture is Building Research Capacity and Innovation Ecosystems for Sustainable Industrialization of the SADC Economy. This theme is derived from the theme of the 44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit, promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustainable economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC. The objectives of our public lecture is to establish a foundation for the development of a SADC framework that focuses on building research capacity and innovation ecosystems across all levels of education, from primary to secondary, to tertiary and higher education, to achieve an industrialized and sustainable SADC economy. The framework is based on the transformative power of knowledge, science, technology, and innovation in response to the demands of the global markets and people's livelihoods. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mapfumo, our host this morning, to come and give his remarks. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Chancellor of the Zimbabwe State Universities. Allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize our two Vice Presidents, Vice President CGDN Chiwenga, Vice President, Honorable Vice President CGDN Chiwenga, Honorable Vice President KCD Mohadi. Your Excellency, allow me to write on the protocol as announced by the Director of Ceremonies. It is my profound privilege and honor to welcome you, Your Excellency, to the 7th SADC Public Lecture hosted here at the University of Zimbabwe. The lecture has brought together a truly remarkable and diverse audience: the academia, heads of states and government, captains of industry, business leaders, policymakers, members of the diplomatic community, the SADC Secretariat, youth, women entrepreneurs, and members of the SADC public. The diverse people in themselves represent a critical anchor of an innovation ecosystem necessary to move the SADC industrialization agenda forward. Your Excellency, by gracing us with your presence and visionary leadership, you have assembled all the necessary components of the current and future ecosystem. The human resources and vast and diverse heritage resource base of the SADC region provide immense potential to build the industrial hub we desire and we aspire. That this lecture is being held at the University of Zimbabwe underscores the crucial role you place on our higher education institutions as the fulcrum for SADC's transformation towards industrialization and prosperity. As the incoming chair of SADC and the chancellor of this esteemed university, Your Excellency, you have demonstrated courageous and self-believing leadership that has inspired us all to develop our own country brick by brick as inspired by your philosophy of Nika inovakwa nevinevayo. You have boldly confronted two critical issues that I have long believed undermine the socio-economic development in Africa. And SADC is no exception. One, the fear to start. And number two, the end of knowledge syndrome. As a people, we often do not have the bravery, the courage, and the self-belief to self-mobilize and self-organize to start things that matter for our survival and prosperity. Be it starting a development process, starting an industry, starting a business, or starting our own education institutions. You have breathed into us that spirit of fearlessness, and you believe in the value and the integrity of knowledge. And through your lead from the front, you have therefore encouraged us and inspired us to be part of the innovation ecosystem we talk about today. This has been a powerful lesson for all of us. As we gathered earlier today, Your Excellency, we had a panel that was discussing the new paradigm in education and also asserting their resolve that we should transform our institutions. In conclusion, Your Excellency, it is in this context that I'm honored to extend my warm welcome to you, Your Excellency, and the entire esteemed SADC delegation to the University of Zimbabwe. Allow me to take this opportunity to also congratulate you and wish you well as you take the leadership as chairman of SADC and leading us forward. Congratulations. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Let us give the Vice Chancellor another round of applause. Without wasting any time, it is my honor to invite the SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elias Mpedi Magosi, to come and address the
Thank you very much, our Director of Ceremony, Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, the incoming Chairperson of SADC, and the Chancellor of State Universities of Zimbabwe, Your Excellencies, the Vice Presidents of this Republic, Dr. Constantino Chiwenga, and Colonel Kembo Mohadi, Professor Amon Morira, Minister of Higher Education, Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science, and Technology Development, Your Excellency Honorable Dr. Frederick Shava, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and the Chairperson of Council of Ministers, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers in our midst, Professor Dr. Paul Mafumo, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, and all other protocol observed. A good afternoon to you all. It is my honor and privilege to deliver these remarks before you this afternoon. This year's SADC public lecture. SADC public lectures are convened on the margins of ordinary summits of head of state and government to raise public awareness about SADC and provide an excellent platform for engagement on policy and many other dimensions of the SADC integration and development agenda. On behalf of SADC Secretariat, allow me to warmly welcome you all to the lecture. Let me also extend our profound gratitude to the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the management of this university for collaborating with the SADC Secretariat to organize this important event. We are greatly honored by the presence of His Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of this great republic and the incoming chairperson of SADC. And I am delighted, Your Excellency, by Your Excellency's gracious acceptance to be the guest speaker and deliver the public lecture today. I am informed, Your Excellency, and I think it has been mentioned now, that you are the Chancellor of all state universities in this republic. And I believe that with the exposure to diverse mandates and varied research products from all these institutions, we will be treated today to a rich, educating, and empowering lecture from you. We look forward to receiving knowledge from your rich wisdom and immense experience. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, a university is a perfect platform, in my view, for a public lecture because, as the University of Johannesburg highlights, and I'm paraphrasing, such lectures ignite critical intellectual inquiry and promote various subjects to wider audiences. Such lectures, we are informed, attract various stakeholders, including undergraduates, postgraduate students, university staff, and especially the public, why it's a public lecture. We are also informed that lectures present exceptional research contributions, as well as highlight the involvement of academics in addressing real and material problems in our society and the environment. A few takeaways for me from the above description. The first, targeting and engaging the public in such intellectual rigor and exchanges helps bring these academic institutions closer to citizens to appreciate their value and contribution to society. Second, they are supposed to address or solve real problems societies face, not just to focus mainly on scholarly academic achievements. I'm also a strong believer, Your Excellency, that our universities in the region must live up to these expectations I just described, lest they are rendered irrelevant, purely academic, and self-serving. Third and lastly, most of these institutions are founded or are funded by their governments, state institutions especially. It is my fervent belief, therefore, that they must be challenged to make a good return on investment. It is only when they are solving old and contemporary societal problems that they are truly worth the investment the public, through governments, places on them. Today's topic of the public lecture, titled Building Research Capacity and Innovation Ecosystems for a Sustainable Industrialized SADC Economy, is relevant to the SADC agenda, with specific focus on science, technology, and innovation. Our region has enormous potential to exploit its natural and human resources by diversifying its economies, primarily through industrialization. The growth of our industrial sector will bring more high-income jobs, upstream linkages to domestic firms, and triple effects through the region's economy for both formal and informal sectors. However, the current pace of industrialization in the region needs to be accelerated, and this is where enhanced research capacity and innovation technologies come in. This is where universities must become relevant and catalyze the region to achieve real and meaningful industrialization. They must, in my view, interrogate the challenges our region faces in this regard and find creative and sustainable solutions for us to leapfrog the developed world. Your Excellency, and I think we've seen parts of that earlier this morning, Your Excellency, when we went through the exhibitions. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, one of the main reasons for the low pace of industrialization is our region's inability to build technological capacity and promote innovation. We are encouraged, however, by the growing recognition of the role that science, technology, and innovation can play in achieving development goals and transform the region's economic growth trajectory. Bridging the skills deficiency gap in science, technology, and innovation is vital for unlocking the region's potential and accelerating economic growth and prosperity. SADC member states ought to continue to create an enabling environment through pro-innovation, pro-science, and pro-technology policies, which are dedicated to overcoming barriers related to regulation and investment, while enabling the private sector innovation, adaptation, and adoption. At the same time, governments ought to invest in creating an ecosystem that facilitates investment in science and technology in a way that will not just accelerate discovery, but also allow innovations to enter the marketplace more quickly and easily. Innovation can result in increased productivity as one finds means and ways to improve existing processes, streamline operations, and implement new forms of technology. In line with the SADC Protocol on Science, Technology, and Innovation, which entered into force in 2017, we are implementing regional programs to facilitate research, innovation, and technology transfer, where some progress has been made through the increased STI policies, as well as financial commitment to research and development. Several member states have adopted STI policies, and almost all member states have a dedicated government department responsible for this function, as well as specific institutions assigned to implement related programs. Your Excellency, the SADC Secretariat is currently working on developing regional support programs to bolster innovative ecosystems and startups. We are also working on the development of a regional startup model law framework. In addition, the Secretariat has considered, and I think it's important, the establishment of the Regional Innovation Fund as a part of its priority projects. The purpose of this fund will be to strengthen regional innovation systems, especially the linkages between the public, the private, and academic sectors, which I think we're already seeing with the exhibitions outside, which are key to driving industrialization. Some of the issues which needs to be addressed include bridging the technological divide through access to technologies and sharing experiences and successes within the region and promoting inclusive innovation. Member states are also encouraged to build a strong science culture which encourages collaboration within and between countries around science, technology, and innovation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize that science, technology, and innovation will remain a major enabler to achieving the development goals of SADC and its member states. SADC's growth, competitiveness, and economic transformation will require sustained investment in technologies and continuous innovation in areas such as agriculture, clean energy, education, health, and biosciences. By investing in science technology and promoting innovation, we can empower our youth to become drivers, not only of economic growth and job creation, but also of solutions to the pressing contemporary challenges facing our region. We ought, Your Excellency, to be deliberate and empower them, trust their judgment and abilities, and allow them to blossom as a flower and flourish. Without us doing this enablement, they will remain a wrapped package that we may never know what is inside. It is time to unwrap the package and reap the demographic dividend. With these few remarks, I wish to once again welcome you all to the 2024 SADC Public Lecture. I thank you, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, asante sana, tatenda, yalebo.
Thank you, Your Excellence, Elias Mpedi Magosi, for those wonderful words of encouragement, insightful thinking about what will help to make the SADC region to develop. One important thing you said that I've captured, which I'm sure will excite a lot of our vice chancellors. You talked about building a regional innovation fund. We want to thank you for thinking in that direction. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. At this particular stage, we are going to have very short entertainment, and then we'll proceed with the program.
Where are you hiding amongst the giants? Stand up tall and let all continents see how you look from a distance. Well, I can see that colossal alliance by the name SADC. Please, may I shake your hands in exhortation of the transformations across our African lands. Viva SADC, viva! Viva SADC, viva! Pardon my manners for not introducing myself first. I am the jester of jest, a wordsmith of wit, whose verses are sure to make you sit up and commit to the genre of poetry where logic takes the back seat. I answer to the name Tinotendas Gauke, here to recite a poem. Viva SADC, long may you thrive. Viva SADC, viva! Viva SADC, viva! United we stand, and divided we fall. A sole country can only manage what's on its shore, but their amalgamation to form a block will explore the ocean's core. Umoja ni nguvu, unity is strength. Let us embrace it with all our heart's length. I am not adept at calculus, but there is your rhetorical equation. The integral of 16 from South Africa to DRC, we get 1, making it an infinite triumph, second to none. Blurring the borders, but collocating the roads to a brighter Africa that never fades. Viva SADC, viva! Viva SADC, viva! Viva SADC, long may you thrive, bringing peace and joy to all in you who live. Comme vous, Senor Esther, the distinguished representatives of SADC, I can see you are all burning with ideas to speak. Of course, to speak development at its paramount peak. Well, the suits are gathered in one venue, driven by their insatiable appetite to drive societies anew, highly motivated to combat racism, boldly charging in with its 2024 sounding theme, a verse which shall kindle innovation's flame. Lastly, trade and tourism brings you to global spotlight, ensuring Southern Africa shines so bright. To see your wondrous might, they never cease to take a flight, unequivocally day and night. So here's to you, the development community. May your summit be filled with hilarity. But more importantly, don't forget your African proverbs and jokes that incites roars of delight. May a round of applause now ring out with glee. For this performance is over now. And with this, I shall take my final bow. Thank you.
Viva SADC, viva! Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. At this stage, allow me to invite my own honorable minister, Honorable Professor Dr. Amon Murwira, to give his remarks and also to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming Chair of SADC, and Chancellor of Zimbabwe State Universities. Your Excellencies, you may allow me to say all protocol observed. I will start, Your Excellency, with a truism, which I believe is a truism, that you cannot become what you don't know, and you cannot become what you can't do. So it's about know and do. There is no surprises. In this region, we have the region and we have the people. And therefore, what is prosperity? Prosperity is when we know and we can do, and we can provide for the food that we need. We can provide for the water that we need. We can provide for the transport that we need. We can provide for the shelter that we need. Prosperity is when you get life's needs sorted out. If we have got country A and country B, and they have got exactly the same number of resources, same quality of resources, country A and country B. But country A seems to be more developed than country B. There is only one variable. It must be the people that make country A more developed than country B. So what happens to these people? It must be education. And then what kind of education must it be? It must be an education that teaches people how to live, that teaches people how to plow, that teaches people how to build their own shelter, that teaches people how to make their own phones, that teaches people how to make their own roads, that makes people do things that they must do. So, Your Excellency, we want to thank you for setting aside your time to deliver your public lecture today. This is happening at a time when Zimbabwe has undergone deep, deep transformation in its education system, through your leadership, of course. The deep transformation in our education system is thoroughly informed by our quest to transform the lives of our people by meeting their needs: food, shelter, water, connection. Your Excellency, you would allow me to repeat this statement. Poverty and education cannot be used in one sentence. If you are educated, you cannot be poor. If you are poor and you think you are educated, it's not education, it's something else that you were given. So, Your Excellency, through the application of correct knowledge, skill, values, and attitudes imparted through a well-configured and designed education system, we shall prosper, we shall make our region be what it wants to be. Your Excellency, you configured our education system from a colonial education 3.0, which was encouraging reading and writing, and then, cramming. And then you transformed and you said we shall be heritage-based 5.0. We shall industrialize. We shall innovate. We shall do our education to produce what we need. So this is a transformation. This is a revolution. We are departing from that education designed to produce workers to an education system designed to produce its own people, its industrialists. Your Excellency, your realization that no country can develop faster than the development of its education system necessitated this deep transformation in our education system. And we believe this is the basis of the revolution of the mind. And you call it Chimurenga Chepfungwa, the mental revolution. We have hands, we have minds, we have everything that makes a human being. But if the mind has not been transformed to do and to think, then we have a problem. You coined the term Chimurenga Chepfungwa. The revolution of the mind is what we need. High levels of national development are necessarily a function of education. Dominating the technology curve, Your Excellency. We cannot develop beyond what we can do and what we know. Your Excellency, allow me to just very quickly define poverty. Poverty is when the technology that you need is above what you can do and is above your education. If your education cannot produce the technology, then you are likely to import everything that you need, and therefore you are poor. If your education is able to dictate the type of technology that you use, at least 80% or more, then it means you make what you need. It therefore means you are prosperous. Therefore, if poverty is equals to PV, and technology is equals to T, and education is equals to E, therefore PV is when T is greater than E. And prosperity is when your education is dominating your education, when you get what you need. Your Excellency, in this new education system that you designed, it is important to realize that education is an enabler for meeting our human needs. And you always say to produce goods and services that you need. Education is not for show. Education is not for gowns. Education is for food. Education is for medicine. Education is for shelter. Education is for confidence. Education is for development. That's what it is. It's not about how many papers are behind you. As long as those papers you have and your people are poor, then those papers are useless as well. Your Excellency, the origin of industry is from education, is from what we know. What we know must address what our people need. Therefore, what our people need shall inform our syllabus, and our syllabus shall be able to produce the industry that we need to eat, that we need to be able to be healthy, that we need to build our roads, that we need, because sometimes people say, there's this latest this from who? If it's not from your education system, therefore, it means your T is greater than E. It means you are poor. Your Excellency, this is your battle. I believe I've been able to summarize your battle that you will be able to tell us today in your public lecture. You have always said a country is built by its own people. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. Ilizwe lakiwa ngabanikazi vayo. SADC is built by its own people. There is no abracadabra. There is no magic. You have to know and you have to be able to do. And there is no other secret you have told us. With these few remarks, Your Excellency, allow me to ask the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. Constantino Gouveia Dominic Chiwenga, to come and give his few remarks and introduce you, Your Excellency. Tatenda siyabonga, sande siyabonga.
The Director of Ceremonies and Secretary for Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development, Professor Fanuel Tagwira, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired Campbell Dugish Mohadi, Honorable Minister of Defense and Chairman of the ruling party of Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF, Comrade O.C.Z. Mchinguri Kashiri, and Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Jacob Mdenda. Our host minister for Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Tavengwa, Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development, and Minister who defines poverty and education well, Honorable Professor Amon Murwera, Honorable Ministers here of Higher and Tertiary Education from the SADC region, SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elijah Mangosi, Your Excellencies, let me ride on the protocol already given. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is my distinct privilege to introduce the guest of honor at the 7th Southern African Development Community public lecture. This year's public lecture is being held under the theme, Building Research Capacity and Innovation Ecosystems for a Sustainable Industrialized SADC Economy. This theme dovetails with the overall 44th Ordinary Summit Heads of States and Government theme, which is promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustained economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC. These two themes aptly capture our collective resolve as a region to embrace innovation as a way to boost industrial productivity and accelerate industrialization to uplift the livelihoods of our people. Distinguished guests, our guest of honor, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming Chairman of SADC, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, is one of Africa's visionary leaders, a liberator and a revolutionary. He is a remarkable leader who possesses exceptional business acumen and has demonstrated a unique ability to rally people, communities, institutions, and nations together for progress. Under his leadership, there has been a concerted effort to foster collaboration between the public and private sectors, aligning them towards a shared vision. He recognizes the crucial role of the private sector in driving national and regional economic growth. This is clearly demonstrated in his mantra that Zimbabwe is open for business. Our guest of honor firmly believes in the transformative power of education, and more specifically, the power of science, technology, innovation that arises from an appropriately designed and vibrant education system. Ladies and gentlemen, through the guest of honor's ingenuity, the business landscape in Zimbabwe has transformed significantly under his philosophy, Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. A country is built by its own people, no one else but its own people, and in our case, Zimbabweans. This philosophy has ushered in an era where local entrepreneurs, industrialists, and commerce players are rethinking their roles, leveraging on our diverse resources and raw materials. This is therefore a newfound confidence among our people to start businesses, open new industrial plants, and participate in strategic business discussions that influence policy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me at this juncture to invite the guest of honor at this 7th SADC Public Lecture 2024, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming chair of SADC, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, to deliver the public lecture to this auspicious gathering. Your Excellency.
Kindly be seated. Our Director of Ceremonies, our host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mapfumo, the Honorable Vice President, General Retired, Dr. C.D.G.N. Chiwenga, Honorable Vice President, Colonel Retired, K.C.D. Moadi, the Minister of Defense, and ZANU-PF National Chairperson, Honorable Comrade O.C. Mchinguri Kashiri. Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers, Ambassador Frederick Shava, ministers and deputy ministers who are here. Your Excellency, my dear brother, Elias Mpendi Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary, welcome. Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, His Ambassador Gatete. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps who are here. the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Scheuer, esteemed guests from SADC and beyond, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at onset to welcome you all to the Republic of Zimbabwe for the 7th SADC Summit Public Lecture. This event is one of the precursors to the fourth Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government to be held here in Harare in the next 2 days. It affords the peoples of SADC the opportunity to reflect and sharpen strategies to accelerate our collective vision towards deepening regional integration as well as economic development for shared prosperity. The theme of this lecture, building research, capacity, and innovation ecosystems for a sustainable industrial SADC economy, end of quote, is an apt call to action and encapsulates the need for new paradigms of education to leapfrog the modernization, industrialization, and the holistic development of SADC. Anchored on research, science, technology, and innovation. In the case of Zimbabwe, this urgent imperative reality saw us successfully implement our heritage-based education 5.0 philosophy. This discussion is being held against the backdrop where the SADC region has not been spared from the vagaries of climate change-induced weather calamities, manifesting as droughts and cyclones in our region. Additionally, other global shocks such as pandemics, geopolitical conflicts, and the shifts in world trade patterns all have far-reaching consequences to the approaches that must be adopted by developing countries for a sustainable future. Combined, these factors, among others, signal the emergence of a new economic world order. Our SADC bloc has to position itself strategically to convert the realities of both domestic and global events into economic and business opportunities that lift our people into greater prosperity. We have a duty to boldly and proactively address enclaves of disproportionate socio-economic development in our societies. The region should never play second fiddle in the arena of international economic relations. Leveraging on our combined resource endowments and human capacities, the region must emerge as a competitive economic bloc with the requisite capabilities to produce a wide array of goods and services. As SADC member states, we have all it takes to succeed. Esteemed guests, in our quest to address the critical question before us, it is critically important that we remain confident in our identity and capabilities. We are Africans and a proud Southern African peoples with a rich history of development and exploits, including conquering the oppressive, racist colonial regimes from other territories into our area. In Zimbabwe, we say, it's better in Shona. I'll also put it in English, but it's better understood in Shona. Nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, igonamatigwa nevene vanhu. Zvoda kumwire mvura izvi. For the benefit of those who would understand Shona, a country is built, governed, and prayed for by its own people. This underscores the weighty responsibility we all carry to drive development in our countries from both an individual and collective standpoint. Gone are the days where we depended on people from elsewhere to develop our economies, provide services for our communities, and avail goods for our industries and commerce. The forebearers and founding fathers of SADC fought for the political liberation, the democracy and the independence and freedom we are presently enjoying. This current generation of SADC citizens, yourselves, should take deliberate steps to exit perpetual dependence. It is at such forum that we should identify the goods being currently imported into the region so that our talented innovators and the vibrant institutions and the young generation can lead in import substitution. Through appropriate and timely research, as well as relevant science, technology, and innovation, new business and trade opportunities should be created for SADC to become a key player in the world of today and that of the future. Further, information relating to trade opportunities brought about by our emerging trade bloc, the African Continental Free Trade Area, along with possible synergies with other regional economic communities, should be made less opaque for the generality of our people. This is essential if we are to expand markets and open new routes into the broader global economy. African institutions such as African Bank and African Development Bank, together with our respective financing and trade facilitation entities, are challenged to scale up, support, and avail trade information for our people, especially our youth, our women-led industries. To harness the new opportunities, SADC member states must sharpen capabilities around identified areas of comparative advantages. We should create business and trading niches which are unique and yet complementary to the countries of our region. For example, the next industrial revolution will be powered by renewable energy, primarily driven by lithium and the solar energy, which we have in our region. As such, more research and skills must be developed to enable the establishment of a new generation of companies and industries around these subsectors to produce new forms of value-added goods and products. For all the above to happen, along with accelerated modernization and industrialization, the right development philosophy is fundamentally important. This, in my view, lies in transforming our education and research ecosystem to be anchored on science, technology, and innovation. As the people of SADC, we are urged to imagine and reimagine the future we all want. We must be clear of where we want to go, what our people want, what homegrown technologies we need to industrialize. What should an industrialized SADC look like in terms of its characteristics, the goods and services to be produced, and the quality of life and prosperity to be realized for our people? These are the questions that should form the basis for challenging our academia, our scientists, innovators, and inventors, together with the skills and training institutions. You, our young generation, we have created this environment for you to excel. Accordingly, industrialists, business sectors, development practitioners, as well as communities in general, must play their part to transform systems and models that are fit for the shared regional aspirations of our regions. The proposals and recommendations from the recently held SADC Industrialization Week were insightful with regards to the trajectory to move our industrialization agenda forward. However, as long as the education system in our region remains skewed towards the past colonial architecture, it cannot adequately leapfrog the industrialization of SADC. We must therefore transform the educational space to produce innovators and industrialists equipped with the skills and competencies that develop products to meet the needs of our people. In Zimbabwe, our heritage-based Education 5.0 philosophy embraces research, innovation, and industrialization as important mandates for all levels of the education sector. Memorizing Shakespeare does not produce products or services. We should focus on our God-given natural and cultural endowments to drive development. The appropriate research and innovation are fundamental to the advancement of both our domestic and regional development agenda. With the correct configuration of our education, innovation, science and technology ecosystems, we can unlock maximum value from our natural resources and the human capacities. The change of the education framework has seen my government setting aside a specific budget for innovation, research, and development. I said to my Minister of Science and Technology, here is the budget. Tell our girls and boys at our universities to dream and dream. Make products and services. Praise those who succeed and praise those who fail. In addition, Policies have been crafted to ring fence and provide funds to support emerging innovation ecosystems. This has resulted in the establishment of innovation hubs, industrial parks, science parks, and incubation centers across all institutions of higher education in Zimbabwe. We fund all our institutions of higher learning for our boys and girls to waste the money, imagine. Out of 100 cases, we may have 3-5 successes. 95 is wasted, but that is progress. Through the new education framework, our young people in the universities and colleges have exhibited immense capabilities, zeal and determination towards building a modern and industrialized Zimbabwe. I tell our young students that my age responsibility was to shoot, to get freedom and independence. Your duty is to develop the country and to better the lives of our people. In the last 5 years, we have increased the number of teacher training colleges that produce science teachers to ensure that all schools, in particular those in the remote areas, offer science and ICT-based learning. No place and no child is being left behind. This has ultimately broadened the pool of students transitioning to colleges and universities following the science and technology pathways. In this way, we are building the critical mass of scientists and technologists to deliver an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. I may not know what it means, but I think they know what they must do. Further, our heritage-based education diversified innovation ecosystem by strengthening linkages between the academia, industry, and commerce. This transformative education system has started to bear fruit in this country. We have seen the emergence of various innovation and patents as new forms of assets. Meanwhile, new technologies and start-up companies are producing relevant goods and services in response to the dynamic needs of industry, our commerce, and our society. Notable entities that have emerged include start-up companies in the local production of quality vehicle number plates, which you've just seen this morning. Oh, you may not have seen it in Dashwana. Science-based livestock production system for growing the national herd, a national pathology research and diagnostic center for providing health diagnostic services, wine and juice producing plants from our local indigenous fruits, as well as another in the production of medical oxygen and industrial gases. Let me talk about this medical oxygen. COVID. COVID. Oh, English. Okay. Some problem came called COVID. And because Zimbabwe was on sanctions, we were listed at the bottom, even if we'd applied to procure the medicines, we were put at the bottom because we were on sanctions. So I say to our science students, please, dream and they produce what they are denying us. Before they could allow us now to buy, we're now producing better than what they were producing. And our Papi Manchi. This is a Zimbabwean model for industrialization encarned on the philosophy nyika inovakwa inotongwa inonamatirwa nevene vayo. I'll translate this. Nyika is country. Inovakwa, it is built. Inotongwa, it must be ruled. Inonamatirwa, it must be prayed for by its own people. No people from another country who commit themselves to build your country. No people from another country who rule your country in the manner you want to rule yourselves. No people who pray for your country in the manner you want to pray for yourself, for your country. But rule yourselves, pray for yourselves. Build your country yourselves. These three. This is what is in heaven. Nyika inovakwa, inotongwa, inonamatirwa nevene vayo. Zimbabwe is ready to share experiences of this journey with SADC member states as we evaluate, review, and restructure our respective education model to drive the industrialization and the modernization of the bloc. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, SADC has unique opportunities that position us for success. We have all the requirements to become an economic powerhouse on the global arena. We are endowed with a rich resource base, resilient and interconnected people, vast arable land for agriculture, a wide array of minerals some we have not discovered, a good climate, abundant wildlife, as well as rich culture. Our task is to unlock value from these diverse resources that we collectively share as a bloc. Finally, let me reiterate the important need for SADC to repurpose our human capital resources pool and optimize productivity, specialization anchored on the right education philosophy and configuration. To achieve this, the programming of our new education system should be aligned to the abundant and the key resources distributed across SADC bloc. I therefore challenge member states to further reflect on these critical issues as we reorganize and mobilize to drive forward our modernization and industrialization agenda through the requisite knowledge, research, innovation, and new technologies. No one and no member state must be left behind. The future of SADC is in our hands. Siyabonga, tinotenda. Asante sana, merci beaucoup. Obrigado. I thank you.
Let us take our seats. We want to thank His Excellency for a very fascinating and very rich keynote address that he has given us. There is no way I can summarize what His Excellency has said. Suffice to just say a few things that stick out as very important. His Excellency has said the region must engage in must energize itself and become a competitive bloc. We have all we need to succeed. So there is no reason why we can't succeed. We have everything we need to succeed. And he emphasized the mantra, nyika inovakwa navene vayo, nyika inotongwa navene vayo, nyika inonamatigwa nevene vayo, which for those who don't understand Shona, he said, build your own country yourselves, rule your own country yourselves, and pray for your own country. This is very important. He has also said the current SADC generation must exit the perpetual mourning and the perpetual poverty syndrome through the harnessing of the power of science and technology, which is very critical for the success of the region. He said investment in science and technology and production of innovators must be a priority for all the countries in the region. The education transformation in Zimbabwe has been a game changer. And I'm sure all of you who stay here, you know our education is now a game changer for the development of our country. And we know all this came through the visioning and the leadership of His Excellency. Let's give him a round of applause. And for us who are using the resources that His Excellency is giving us, he has said, if you fail 95% of the time and succeed 5% of the time, I'm happy. So we want to thank you, Your Excellency. You also said we must build a critical mass of scientists. Indeed, there is no nation that can develop without a critical mass of the scientists that the nation requires. Let us unlock value from our heritage. And that is exactly what our education is about. A heritage-based education 5.0. Let us develop SADC by unlocking the value from the value chains that we have in the SADC region. We thank you, Your Excellency, and we give you another round of applause for that wonderful speech. At this particular stage, we are going to have entertainment, music, but while we are having the music entertainment, I want to call upon Professor Mapfumo and the Honorable Minister to prepare for the presentation of the gift. Thank you.
Nabuzo
Excellency, with your permission. Your Excellency, you are being presented this gift from the University of Zimbabwe, and I read, Your Excellency. Presented to the guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, one of SADC and Africa's iconic and visionary leaders, a pragmatic luminary, and the architect of Zimbabwe's innovation-led, heritage-based Education 5.0 on the occasion of the 7th SADC Summit public lecture on 15 August 2024, here in Harare, Zimbabwe, towards a common future. Your Excellency. Thank you.
In our heritage, the drumming is part of Africa's show of happiness.
Can you give him the mic?
For development. Sorry. Your Excellency, in our culture, it is our heritage that the drum is about the show of happiness and the show of vibrance in what we want to do. Even if we succeed, even if we fail, but we look forward with the happiness. Normally, we also brew our own type of beer where people dance and play, and some drink more than others. But this is our presentation to you, which shows a setting of our instruments, our happiness, our people dancing at the success you are bringing us through your visionary leadership.
Let us take our seats. Honorable Minister, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to introduce our next speaker.
Your Excellency, may you allow me to invite the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Colonel Retired Comrade Kembo C.D. Mohadi, to come and propose a vote of thanks. Honorable Vice President, sir.
Director Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, and other excellencies here present. My colleague, Vice President General Retired Dr. C.G. D.N. Chiwenga, Honorable Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science, and Technology and Development, Comrade Murira. other ministers and government officials here present. Our host, Professor Dr. Paul Mapfumo, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe. Special mention goes to members of the SADC Secretariat, being led by Elias Mpedi Mokhosi. Your Excellency, allow me to ride on all other protocols already established. Your Excellency, I rise to propose a vote of thanks for this historic occasion of the 7th SADC Public Lecture, an event of the 44th Ordinary Summit of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, heads of state and government. I'm pretty sure we are all in agreement, Your Excellency, that your lecture was both expressive and quite thought-provoking. Allow me to commend the University of Zimbabwe and partners conceiving such a wonderful idea of a public lecture as part of our SADC Summit process. One just hopes that the lecture becomes a permanent feature of SADC Summit. I'm more than happy the idea of public sector came against the backdrop of a successful SADC Industrialization Week, itself another thoughtful initiative of the organizers of the summit. Personally, I take your lecture, Your Excellency, as testament of your unwavering commitment to education, research, and development. Your lecture not only convinced us of the linkages between education and industrialization, but also reminded us of the important role of education in fostering critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. We learned from the nuggets of your wisdom that education provides the knowledge and skills that drive industrialization for our communities in the region. You reminded us of the need to leverage local resources, talents, and skills as we pursue industrialization of our communities as a region. Your lecture underlined your mantra to build our region brick by brick and stone upon stone, leaving no one and no place behind. Your articulation of the issues of SADC development in your lecture demonstrated your firm belief in the value of science, technology, and innovation. Indeed, through science, we can best leapfrog the development of the region. We thus, as leaders from the SADC community, must not undermine the crucial role of our universities in the development of our communities. As I wind up my vote of thanks, Your Excellency, allow me the honor and privilege to thank your fellow heads of state, some who have already arrived for the summit and others who are yet to arrive tomorrow as scheduled. I wish also to extend my acknowledgements to you all in your various capacities and indeed to the organizations you represent. My special mention goes to SADC Secretariat for a sterling job in ensuring the success of this event. We know you have been working round the clock to ensure we have a successful summit. They say, and I quote, it takes a worm's eye view to organize an event of this magnitude, unquote. Last but not least, allow me, Your Excellency, also to thank Professor Mapfumo in his personal capacity as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe for becoming the first such institution in the region to host a SADC public lecture. Congratulations. Your Excellency, I thank you very much for the lecture. And they say in Swahili, Sante sana. In Sutu they say Gyaleboa. In Venda they say Ndoreboa. In Shona they say Datenda. In Devele they say Siabonga. In French they say Merci beaucoup. In Russian they say Spasibo Pajalsa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. You can all see the Honorable Vice President knows many languages. Kialibu andate. Thank you, Honorable Vice President. Everything that is nice comes to an end. In Shona, we say, Chisingaperi chinoshura. We have come to the end of what has been a very exciting morning, filled with many things, the panel discussion that was taking place here with so much activity, the visits that were arranged by the University of Zimbabwe, and everything crowned by the excellent presentation by His Excellency, where he has said so many things that we in higher education will remember for a long time and will take cue from as we develop our nation together. As we come to the end, we are going to have the national anthems. After the national anthems and our guest of honor has departed, I urge all of us to remain behind so that we can be given guidance, because there is going to be a photo session. So remain behind when His Excellency and His entourage leave so that you can be guided on how we are going to do the photo session. At this particular stage, I would like to ask all of us to stand for the national anthems of the African Union, the SADC, and the national anthem of Zimbabwe.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons
As His Excellency takes leave, let us remain standing. I want to thank you all for coming and joining us this morning. It has been a wonderful morning. Thank you. Dr. Madambi, can you come and give us the announcements? After that, we will be free to also follow.
Thank you, PS. We may be seated briefly for further instructions. May I kindly request the following? Let us be seated.